go. That microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching a VolcanoX live stream. And yeah, no filter. And no banner on there. And no nothing. I forgot to turn all that stuff on. That's okay. Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board today. It is Wednesday, the 25th of January, 2023. Here, I know some of you are in the future already, but we won't hold that against you. And just need to get you to send me the winning lottery numbers, that's all. Anyway, glad to have you all on board. We will welcome our wonderful... Sophie is in the future. All right. Well, give me those lottery numbers, Sophie. Anyway, glad to have everyone here. And want to welcome our moderators. First off, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, who I sent an email because sometimes she doesn't get notifications. And speaking of Piggy, we'll get to that in a second. She had some shakers there. And let's see, we also have C&D Boy, and sometimes we have Gary 24/7 Live AZ Skies, as well as Joseph Fields from Texas, and of course Lucas Snow, and a host of others that could pop in just magically somewhere along the way. For the moderators that are here, just to let you know, YouTube has set up a kind of a new thing that started yesterday. So if you time someone out, or if you ban someone, they disappear instantly. The message goes away instantly, and it's not visible to anyone else. And in a way, that's a good feature. In a way, that's bad. So if somebody accidentally gets bopped by Poppet, as an example, then I end up having to go in and dig out that person and fix it up. So sometimes that could happen. So if that ever does happen to you, don't be offended, please, and understand that we will fix the issue. It's just not always that quick and that easy anymore. Anyway, that is okay. We'll work on that. And let's see. First person in today was Lizoid, and he slithered in really quickly, and he gets the cookies. So Lizoid made it in, and of course Tom was teaching Pepper how to be kind and generous and that kind of thing. So they refrained a little bit from popping in right off the bat. And of course, Pepper has to learn these things. So, being a relatively young and a decent dog. So all good in that sense. And let's get on to saying hello to everyone in here. And we'll start out with who I see on the bottom here is... JB and Henry Nelson and Bill Kimmel and Sophie and Judy M and Sophie again. Oh, hang on. Hermione and Fluffy, thank you. And we see, who else? Thank you for the welcomes, by the way, you guys. We see Mr. Tom Dyson, Pepper, and Pepper, of course, being such a good dog, really obeyed today. James Ouellette also here, welcome. Sharon Stewart is off singing in her singing group, so she will be in a little while. Did I say Henry Nelson is here? I hope so. Henry is here. And MT Coalforge made it in. Wonderful, good to see you. And we got Hermione, we got Fluffy, we got JB. I'm scrolling up looking for more wonderful people. And let's see, we got Sophie already. Billy Bob Joe saying, chronic pain patient, hopefully, Billy Bob Joe, you can take it easy there in the lounge and just relax, and hopefully the pain will subside somewhat. And things will get a little better. And let's see, Scott Hartman also made it in. Welcome, glad to have you here. And Nancy Buchanan also on board. Welcome, Nancy. And thank you for giving me that loud and clear thing. That does help. That's what we need to know when we turn things on. And let's see, who else we got? Still scrolling up here looking for more wonderful names. And I'm up as far as I can get right now. So that's it. And let's see. Oz, welcome. Glad to have you on board, Oz. And hugs and love. Can't chat, but I'm here. All right, no worries about the can't chat, but you're there. That is excellent. Sarah Miles also made it in, and that is nice to see, Sarah. And let's see, did we get anybody else that is there? Okay. Arliss Scott, did I miss you? Arliss, welcome. And oh, there you are. I see you now. All right. And good to have you on board. And hopefully I've got everyone. Oh, Pamela Moncure. A long time no see, Pamela. Glad to have you back. I've been moving to a different house. Ah, okay. So your time has been pretty busy. And, well, welcome back, Pamela. We missed you. And I was wondering what happened to you. And glad that you're back. And, you know, we understand that things get busy sometimes. And we have some kind of issues on occasion. Those things happen. And moving is a nightmare, to say the least. Let's see, what else we got? Anyway, let's get at things. What I mentioned about Piggy this morning. Piggy had told me that, of course, my morning is her afternoon already. And at 2:37 this afternoon, Piggy's time, they had a 5.9 quake. And I guess it shook pretty good over there. And 5.9, about 75 miles away, or about 120 kilometers roughly. And that is a fair-sized quake. And there have been multiple aftershocks, and some of which she felt, others she didn't feel. And that was one of the things that we wanted to point out. So if she's not here right away, that is understandable. Maybe dealing with other issues and possibly trying to rest in between tremors. And hopefully things will get a little better. And I don't want to sound kind of self-serving here, but I did forewarn her that there was going to be some more quakes in her area, and it did pop, and it did happen. So her puppy didn't like it. No, Thistle definitely did not like it. Apparently, Piggy was saying Thistle was basically stuck to her leg, like being scared and shaking and not knowing what was going on. So, yeah, it's terrible to experience such a big quake. It is, Sophia, and that was a 5.9 is a fairly large quake. And of course, there is, the multiple aftershocks there as well. Mostly in the threes, and I didn't see any other ones that were there as well. Phil is here, welcome, and sending love and hugs to Piggy, Can't Type Bunch, hello Doc, and everyone. Thanks for popping in, Phil. No worries, just glad that you came on board and you're enjoying the show. You don't have to type, that's all good. And let's see, what else we got in big news. Everything fairly stable and quiet volcanically, so not that much action, new action, nothing really serious. Basically, let's start out with Kilauea. Of course, what you see on the screen right now is from 2:11 a.m. Hawaii time, and it didn't look too bad. I did make a little bit of a time lapse, a very short one today, and we'll let that play. And that is about to start, and here we go. And it just shows a couple of the spills or overflows down on the forefront there. You can obviously see that one, and then there was one on the right hand side and also in the top back, just up above the main event there. You'll see that in a second. I just did a very short video, didn't do anything too serious or too long, and let it play at 16 times a regular speed. So we slowed it down a little bit so you could see. And there you can see that top one as well, as it poured out somewhat. And it looked pretty awesome to be able to see that. And I just thought, you know, we'll share that portion of it anyway. And it's, like I said, fairly active that way. But nothing too major. Now, I'm looking down on the front here. It almost looks like that lava is going down into a crack or something. You can see it flowing away down on the bottom right there. It just looks like it's disappearing into the ground. And it's got to be flowing into a crack. So pretty cool to see that. And like I say, this is just a very short one. So gives you a pretty good idea of what's going on. Hey, Leo Carlson also here. Welcome, Leo. Glad to have you on board from Melbourne, Australia. And nice to see you pop in, and good to have you on board. And let's see, who else, or what else we got here? Let's take a look. Well, we'll go over and take a look at some of these, and we'll turn that off, get it back to the live stream from 2:13 a.m. There, we got it on the screen, but let's take a look at the photos. This one was actually yesterday's. I want to refresh that, see if it looks any better. And there's a part of the problem right now, all that smoke drifting across there. And that photo, of course, is from 1359. And let's go to this shot. This one was from last night at 2040. And I thought, yeah, we'll take a quick peek at it and see what it looks like. And wasn't too bad. A nice glow to it, but too much smoke in the way, of course. And I do like it, though. It looks like a pretty awesome little shot. And we'll refresh that one, get the current shot from there. And that is this one, and you can see all that smoke drifting across. And I got to turn my hamster back on. There we go. No, that's the wrong one. Oh, maybe it was the right one. I'll turn them both back on both screens. There we go. You can see it moving from right to left. We do still see the old primary vent still smoking fairly good, and then some new smoke coming up in this spot as well. And once again, we are seeing more smoke on the edges here. So pretty cool to see that. Quick peek at the thermal, and of course this one from 2030 yesterday. And I didn't want to refresh that yet. I wanted to point this out. So our little lava pond here, this little one. And by the way, this is about 25 acres. This has got to be almost an acre in size. So, you know, even though we're looking at it, seeing a little spot here, that's not that small, you guys. That is, you can easily put the average house in there and then some. So that gives you a pretty good idea of the physical size. But you can see on the back side, that lighter pink area there, that of course was an outflow that we had. And then you can see some of the older outflows just in the light of, or well, I should say lighter than the background, but faded out. And then a little plume there, nothing too serious, and we see that one there as well. tiny little thing. But let's refresh that, see what it looks like now. And there we see it changed shape a little bit. We don't see any more spillage from this one, but we do see some right here, as well as right in this area, and of course in the back once again, and possibly some of the overflows from the side here. But we do see some of that smoke in the way as well, making things a little more difficult. Do want to point out we definitely have new flow out here in the front, and that is interesting to see. So that is pretty wild to see that coming out, and that is what we've got happening there right now. So let's see if we put that, make it a little bigger there. But yeah, that is what we see, and you can see, you know, it's very bright in here, so obviously very fresh. I thought that was a pink UFO, Dr. Fox. Well, JB, you know, it just might be disguised. Their cloaking is very interesting sometimes. And also looking at the old lava pond here, we don't see any increase in the level. It's still fairly deep. So nothing new there. And let's have a look at this one. Of course, this was the shot that I actually kind of cropped and used for our thumbnail for today's show. But we'll refresh that, take a look at what it actually looks like right now. Yona from Iceland. Welcome, Yona. Glad to have you on board, and nice to see you, and thanks for stopping in. And let's see, Wonky Donkey also made it in. Good to see you, Trevor. And all good. Okay, let's refresh this one, see what it looks like currently. And we see an overspill right here in the front. Unfortunately, this is still picture, but still, nonetheless, we do see it right there. And that is pretty interesting. And you can see that berm wasn't there like on the rest of those places, so that definitely had spilled out a bit, and we'll likely see more in the thermals later when we take a look at them. If the smoke isn't too heavy, that thermal should be able to pick up that larger strand going out here. And I don't know if there were more over on this side. It's too hard to tell with all that smoke in here. Our rock here, looks like that rock broke up into two pieces, and it looks like we have another chunk floating here. I don't know if that was our submarine or if that was our submarine, but we are seeing the appearance of more floaty lava rocks. So, but our Lavigator is still over right beside the primary event, and that is pretty awesome. Yona, can't you get the lava workers to do their job? This is Kilauea in Hawaii, and yep, Kilauea. Bribery, Yona, bribery. Tell them you'll give them. Tell them you'll give them some diamonds from Siggy's place. From Siggy's volcanoes. They'll go for that, right? Bribe them with diamonds? I don't know. Maybe that won't work. That would be cool. Anyway, we do see still this level here in total is rising. You can see the curvature on the sides, and that is indicating that we are building up higher and higher in the center area, and you can see that same curvature on the other side. So we've got some very low level stuff around the edges, and of course that is how it seems to want to flow out of there, and it will continue to build these lava berms and continue to spill out, break over them when the levels go up and higher. And I think that is about it. So this one was from 1410 current time. We did have the other thing here, and let's see, just reading what we've got on there. Why is that not showing up? Oh, I might need to do that. Is that better? I might have to recapture that. Anyway, I'll read through it. Eruption ceased. Okay, lava is no longer active from the western vent. We have seen that before. This shot, though, solidifying lava in Halemauma lava lake yesterday, and that is what we've seen. This is from last year. I don't know why I still have that open, but yeah, they're saying the sulfur dioxide. Yeah, this is old. This is old. No, this is new. This is the thermal that they were showing. But of course, we've already shown the other thermal, so it's all good. And let's see if we click on that. There's the thermal shot, and we'll take a look at the other ones here. And this is what it looks like, and it says a true color satellite image of a Kilauea volcano with IR highlights, a composite, depicting both active lava lakes. So there's your 25-acre lake, and there's that little spot, and this is the old lava pond, and you can even see a little bit of lava right there and here, right along the edges. So very interesting to be able to see that satellite shot. And of course, then that brings us back to the old crater. Of course, well, I don't know if that's old, but it looks the same. No, it's got to be older, because we are still seeing the road here, and that road has been broken. It's kaput. So there we go. Anyway, let's leave that be, and we will head. We will head over to Iceland and see what we've got happening in Iceland, and hopefully we'll see some stuff going on over there. And other than buffering, let's see if we can get on there. I knew something like that was going to happen. We'll see if we can get that one going. This one is buffering too. And we're going to refresh those as we go through. This one is not buffering, but we'll make that bigger. And this one seems to be buffering too. How come? And there we go. We have that one live. There is Reykjavik, of course, the capital city of Iceland. And let's see what kind of weather they had there today, going back about 10 hours to have a peak. And let's see, well, it didn't look too bad. We see that is from, what is that, 12:18 their time, 12:19. And we see the wonderful mountains in the background. And of course, that is, actually, we went back a whole bunch, I think 12 hours. And anyway, we do see the mountains, a lot less snow on them because of the recent rains, and that is very, very interesting to see that. What is that a school bus? Where? I missed it. Could have been a school bus. They do have school buses there, Sarah. What? Mount Esya? Oh, okay, Mount Esya. Is that what that one is called? Mount Esya? I'm not familiar with the name of that one, but yeah, a lot more visibility of the rocks and stuff. Mount Esya, very cool, and we'll try to remember that. That sounds like a neat name, and thanks, Sophie. What, any special offers in Iceland? No, nothing. Hotel Esya too. Oh, and we've got a Hotel Esya. Where is that? Over here somewhere on the top of the mountain? Yeah, so you get a better view. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. And that is pretty awesome. Anyway, that is what it was looking like there. Then we go ahead a little bit and see the climate and weather got a little bit darker and cloudier, and that is about 2:18 p.m. their time locally, or 14:18 if you want to use the 24-hour clock. And as we moved ahead, really nothing too major of changes. We see the clouds slowly moving in, and that is kind of what we've got there. So let's put that one back on live, and that is the current view. So not overly too bad there right now. Yona is Hotel Esya still running. Big crack that goes through Iceland, that is all over the earth. Yep, that is called the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, Yona. Yes, was there. Okay, cool, and thanks, and that is awesome. All right, of course, they still have that picture really small, so not sure what to think about it, but that is what they were showing. And of course, here you can see the lawn area over at the Perlin Center is showing up more and more, and because of all that rain washing away that snow. And even over here at the airport, you can kind of see that, even though that picture is somewhat small. Let's leave that one back on live as well. And we will go over here and take a look at this guy. And of course, I back that up a bunch so we could see what our wonderful Katla is doing. And there you can certainly see Katla today. And that is very nice looking. Lots of new fresh snow. Some of those rocks that were exposed here before have been covered up again, so the recent snowfall has added a little bit over there. But in the lower elevations, we are still seeing quite a bit of open land and rocks and grass and things. So we know that snow is melting with the rain, but up on the higher elevation here, of course, that rain turned to a snow. So that's what we've got going on there. If we move that ahead a little bit, we can see actually there was some shadow casting by the sunshine, and lots of people out taking a look at the sights, of course. And you can see that more of that snow had melted. And pretty awesome to look at, and very nice. And let's take a look and see what it looked like later on. And this is about 5.5 hours ago, and you can see cloudy stuff starting to move in a little bit, people with their headlights on and so on. And yeah, still visible though, that mountain. And again, you can see a little bit more of that rock as that snow is starting to melt off once more. So interesting to see. And let's go over and, well, we'll put this one back on live. That is the current shot. And then of course we will go over to the peninsula, and that is, I did back that up as well, and I'm surprised it stayed that far back for me. Usually YouTube forces it to go forward. Anyway, that was looks like 11:03 or 11:09 or something on that clock. I can barely read it down on the bottom there. But anyway, we do see the steam geysers, and of course the geothermal power plant here. And here's some more steam coming out of this one as well. And looking in the background here, we don't see the towers right now, but Grindavik is over here. So that is what we'll take a look at shortly. We'll move this ahead a little bit so we get a better view. as that sun lit it up a little more. And of course the Blue Lagoon would be somewhere right around in here, and it's hard to see with that steam going by there, but it's over there. I promise you, nobody moved the Blue Lagoon. It's still there. And thank you, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. And we'll move this a little further forward in time, and hopefully it'll go. Still looking fairly bare, so that, again, that snow is definitely melting quite a bit, and it will continue to do so as long as they continue to get that Gulf Stream air pushing up onto Iceland, and that'll be cool. Let's get it going a little further here. There you can see the two naval radio towers, of course, in the background there, flashing away, and the lights of Grindavik, and of course the lights from the geothermal power plant. Not seeing very far over here. We don't see any glow from Reykjavik, but we do see the beacon going by for the lighthouse. So that is all cool, and we'll see if we can put that back completely on live. Let's get it there, and that should be about there. Come on, you can do it. Oh, it doesn't want to go live. There, let's try that. There we go. That is live now. So camera's shaking a little bit, and it's buffering again. And there you can see the beam from the lighthouse pointing right at the towers. That's pretty cool. And of course Grindavik. And let's leave that one there with it buffering. That's all right. We will go over to our harmonic tremor charts, and we'll take a look at those. I'm going to resize these so we have a little more horsepower here on the other stuff. Blue Lagoon is not visible there. No, unfortunately, it's very hard to see from there. It is, we know the general area where it is, but we'll check that out on the map right away. And let's go right here. We're going to refresh this. And I did not refresh it from yesterday till just now. We did see some activity right here. I'm not sure what moved, but something obviously did. Upward trend and right back down, and a little bit of up and down action. So definitely some activity there in Fagradalfjall area underneath the ground, and we'll take a look and see if they may have the Grindavik chart back up. And Grimsey, while we're here looking, Grimsey looks pretty steady as she goes right now, so not too much happening there. And look, it's a Grindavik's chart, and they have it going again, and we see it started with a jolt, an earthquake. I told you guys somebody had to go kick it. Now the earthquake did it, and so that is awesome. And we are seeing, hopefully this will continue. And one of the things that can happen, of course, is these sensors, if they get covered up with a lot of snow, they will fail to report. And that is likely what happens, since we've got a bunch of rain and snow melt. It may continue to work now. So all cool and all good. And we do see that. Let's go take a look at the Kristevik one and see how that one is faring. And sliding down a little bit more. And let's see, there is a Kristevik. And of course it had a similar up and down action, kind of the same as what we've seen at Fagradalfjall. So I'm thinking that this whole thing here, whatever is going on, is kind of tectonic in nature, but we'll leave it as that. After the break, we will go back and we will take a look at the earthquakes, and I need to go take my break. So save my voice, and we'll get you back to Kilauea and let the wonderful USGS volcano show continue. Anyway, thanks everyone for hitting the like button. For those who have not yet hit the like button, please help us out and do consider doing that. One of the things I haven't mentioned for a long time, these streams are not monetized, just so you're fully aware of that. We haven't had the monetization on for quite some time, and that's to avoid, one, commercials, and number two, people aren't going to be saying, well, hey, you know, you're taking all this stuff from everyone else. But no, we're not. We're doing this on an educational basis and the enjoyment of lava and the volcanoes, of course. So that's where we're at. Anyway, if you haven't subscribed yet, please do consider subscribing if you're sitting out in the sidelines. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be taking a 5 or 6 or 7 minute break. I'll be back, and keep smiling, be good, be kind, play nice in the lava, and don't throw so many tacos and stuff at each other. I'll be back. And there we go. Our microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And for those who are not familiar with what you're watching on the screen, that is, it is a Halemaumau crater for Kilauea in Hawaii. And the lava pond or lake that is there is about 25 acres in size. And thank you for the welcome backs from JB and yeah, Wonky Donkey, careful with the power lines. Kananaskis Country and Hermione and Fluffy and Trevor. And, yeah, those power lines. As long as you only touch one at a time, you should be okay. If you grab the pole, though, and the power line, I have no mercy for you. It'll be a shocking thing. Thank you, Leo. Appreciate the welcome back. And let us continue on. We did say we're going to go take a look at our earthquakes in Hawaii, and that is next on the agenda. So not a heck of a lot of earthquakes, but we'll get on to those. And where are we? There we go. And I don't know why that one opened up, but quakes today. Total number last 24 hours, 32. So not shaking very much there in Iceland, and fairly quiet for the most part. Let's take a look down here on the peninsula first. Actually, let's just start out with this is the Reykjanes Peninsula, for those who need to know. And there's the capital city of Reykjavik. There's the regional airport that we were seeing on that one camera shot. And of course, the mountains in the background are over here somewhere. And anyway, let's go over here. There's Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Yardvik, and of course Grindavik, and the two radio towers we've seen. There they are. And we'll scroll out a little bit. And of course, I said I was going to show you where that blue lagoon is. It is located right here. So it is kind of in that shot, but it's just too low and you don't see it. It doesn't stick up like a volcano or anything. So it's right there. The power plant over on the other side. And that's what we've got. But let's take a look at what we've got for quakes. We do have this one off the coast slightly, and that is a 0.94, and that is 2.37 kilometers down, and that is from 20 minutes after 9 a.m. their time. Then we have a 0.3. Again, these are relatively small. 6.9 kilometers down from today at 21:59, so a little fresher. This one from 15:19, it's a 0.7, 5.2 kilometers down. And of course the lighthouse is right down here, and that camera is mounted very close to it. So that is what we've got in that area. And if we look over here, we see the roads and the parking area, and here's the pond out in front of the power plant, and that is where the power plant is located on that side. So gives you a pretty good idea of where you're at there anyway. And then of course when we look across, we see the radio towers here, and that'll help you out. Anyway, we got these guys, nothing more. Nothing, unfortunately, in our Fræðafjall area, and that is, of course, this outline here, and that is where Ragnar is and our Siggy Fisher. But all quiet there. Let's move over a bit. We see a 1.2, and then a brand new 0.3 there. That 1.2 came in at 5:54 a.m. and it is 3.2 kilometers down, and quiet. So a 1.2, and then the other one is a 0.3, 5.9 clicks down, and it came in at about 2 minutes ago, or 3 minutes ago, 41 minutes after their magic midnight hour. So a very fresh quake, sliding over a little bit more. There's Hekla over here. We see these other ones as well. We have a 1.2 there, That is 4.4 kilometers down. Came in at 22:31. And let's take a look. This is Katla, or a big ice pile there that we were seeing. And of course, the entire caldera is about that size, so very large. But let's take a look at some of these quakes. We've got a point of 5.4, 135 meters down, 1:17 a.m. This 0.4, 8.1 kilometers down from 1930. Then we've got a 0.3, and that is 1.1 kilometers down from 2342. Then we see this guy here, 0.87. Again, surface quake, 135 meters down from 1210. And going up here a little to the north, it's 0.74. Surface quake, 135 meters down, 6:31 a.m. Then a 0.3, fairly fresh, at 22:40 is the time on it, 5.2 kilometers down, and a 0, 5.2 kilometers down from 22:28. And I don't see anything else in that area. Let's move up a little bit, and we will take a look. This is that our Grimsvatn? That should be a Grimsvatn right around here. No, that's Bardabunga. Grimsvatn is down here. My bad. And Bardabunga had a few, and let's see, 0.98, 7.2 kilometers down from 1:12 a.m. Then a 0.7, 1937 was the time on it, 1 kilometer down. And then we have this 0.3, 1.1 kilometers down, and it came in at 21:02. Moving over a little bit, a 0.74, 16.2 kilometers down, 53 minutes after midnight. And technically that would be yesterday their time, but it's still the 25th. This one, 55 minutes after midnight yesterday, or again the 25th. And 0.61, 17.2 kilometers down, a little deeper for those guys. And let's see, we've got a couple stragglers over here. 0.8, 8.2 kilometers down from 1924. And we see this 0.4, 6.4 kilometers down from 2008. And let's leave that be, and we'll go up a little bit more, take a look. Nothing around Astja. Astja is fairly quiet. Just to the north of Astja, and kind of around, there's Herdebreit, if I said it right. And Yona can tell me if I did that better or not. Anyway, 0.42, 7.5 kilometers down, 1:59 a.m. Then we've got this one, 0.85, 8.3 kilometers down at 12:25. And 0.46 and 3.5 kilometers down at 12:25. And way over here on the southeastern side, we've got a 0.4, 7.7 kilometers down at 5:46 a.m. and 6:16 we had a 0.64, and that is 7.9 kilometers down. And sliding up a little bit more, looking at the other ones. And we will get through these fairly quickly. This one, 0.1, 1.4 kilometers down from 22:22. And this one from 6:03 a.m., 0.46, 4.2 kilometers down. And let's see, going up out into the water, there is the island of Grimsey, for those who need to know, and that is what we looked at on the chart there. But let's take a look at these. We've got a 0.8, 5.2 kilometers down, and that came in at 16:44. Then we've got this one from 16:46, a 0.7, 5.2 kilometers down. 1.7 out here, and that is from 43, 1.1 kilometers down, and this is a 1.8. And that looks like almost the biggest one for today, and that is at 1843, 4.3 kilometers down for him. And then this 1.46 in magnitude, 10 kilometers down from a 14. And that is all we've got. So that is pretty interesting. It was scary. I was watching TV. Hubby was asleep. He didn't feel it. 4.2. Yeah, that's another one that Mona felt a 4.2 quake out there in California this morning, and maybe we got a few minutes. Let's pop over to the earthquake map, and we'll put that on the screen just to show you where Piggy's was, and where is my earthquake map? There it is. So for Piggy, you all know Piggy lives over in the country of Greece, and just to zoom in a little bit, there's the island of Kos. Piggy lives roughly where that hand is, and that is where she is. And this set of earthquakes here is what is been happening. These are all fairly new. Actually, they're all new. This one is the one that is the 5.9, and that did shake things for her. 35 kilometers in depth. It came in at 12:37 their time. Hang on, 12:37 UTC. That would have been 2:37 their time. And there's multiple aftershocks. 3.1, 3.5. She felt the 3.5. Another 3.1. Then we see another 3.5. And then we've got this one, 3.0, and 2.9. She didn't feel those. And then 3.2, I'm not sure about those. 2.7 there, and another 3 over here. So that is what's happening in Piggy's area. And of course, like I say, she is here on the island of Kos. So she definitely felt that 5.9 and some of those 3.5s that popped in there. And let's go over to the other side of the world for a minute, and we will see. I was kind of just thinking about, whether it was an antipod happening from this one over here, but this is what our wonderful Mona was talking about, and Mona was looking at this one, 4.2, and that's what happened there. It did have a few aftershocks as well, a 3.6. Mona, did you feel that 3.6 afterwards? I'm just curious if you can maybe throw that into the chat. But I think that these the 2.8 here and the other one is a 2.7. I don't think you would have felt those, or did you feel those aftershocks as well? So you did feel the 3.6. That's still fairly sizable, and I'm not sure where you're actually located, but I don't want to point it out on the map. But if you're in any, I only felt the one, the first aftershock. So the 3.6. Okay, so people all the way from over here and all the way through Malibu and probably Redondo Beach and those areas would have likely felt that 4.2 as well as that 3.6. And north, you're up here. Wow, that is north of, okay, so that is actually fairly far in. So I'm sure they would have felt a lot of, everyone in that area would have felt it, Inglewood and those places as well. So very, very interesting, and hope it wasn't anything too major. And we know it's not a huge quake, but the fact that you felt it is still very significant. Malibu north to Calabasas, and a few miles further north. Okay, so yeah, that would have been pretty interesting in that direction anyway. So that is up here, so a few more miles to the north. Definitely shook the area. That is not the San Andreas fault issue. That is the San Andreas fault is over on the other side, running in here. If we go over to the other earthquake map, we can see that better because it does have the fault marked, and there's the San Andreas fault. So that's not a big one for that area, but that could be some subduction quake of some sort, or some other movement. Look at the mountains it had to pass through. Yes, and that was something that is actually quite interesting to see that it would pass through there. If we put that on street map, you can see that better. So this whole area is very mountainous, and I'm kind of surprised that that didn't subdue it a little bit. I guess it depends on how active that quake is. And thanks, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. And I'm curious now if how far out it actually rang the bell. And something that we were thinking about is this the 5.9 on the other side. Is it the antipod quake for this particular one? Because this happened prior to the one that Piggy had. So that's kind of interesting there to figure that out. Also seen a few little guys out here. These are only like 1.4s, 1.2, that kind of thing. And not that often that we see them. Another 1.4 there. But you can see this area is completely riddled with stuff. Cynthia, I felt it at 2 a.m. I am near Redondo Beach. Oh, okay, so you're down in this area, Redondo Beach area, and that would have been a little bit of a shaker there for you as well. Did you, Cynthia, did you feel the aftershocks as well, or just the 4.2? Because the primary aftershock would have been this guy here, I think, the 3.6. Then the other ones were smaller, 2.9, 1.6, 2.8, and okay. Oh, you felt the aftershocks, or at least one of them, or two of them. And hey, Jed is here as well. Welcome, Jed. Glad to have you on board. So yeah, a little bit of shaking going on there, and no, it didn't cause a tsunami. Just so everybody knows, no tsunami warning advised. And even though they have that on here, just to let you know, and that is pretty cool. Epically epic. Welcome for popping in. Thanks, and good to have you in here, and good to see you. And yeah, so I'm just talking about some shaking going on near LA and Malibu Beach and Redondo Beach and those places. So everybody in the area was feeling this little guy, and a little bit of shaking going on. And of course the one for Piggy, which is this one on the other side of the planet. Of course this map doesn't show all those other aftershocks that we've seen on the other map, but that one is a 5.9 that definitely rattled Piggy's house, and Piggy being fairly close here on the island of Kos, about 75 miles away, or about 120 kilometers, and definitely rocked the old house. Anyway, that is what we've got going on there right now. Let me put you back over to Hawaii, though. And I'm going to turn that other banner on, just so people don't have to ask. Kilauea crater, of course. This was from 3:03 this morning. We're going to let that play. And what we're going to do is take a break. And, of course, Let's see, after the break, we're going to have bacon seeds. And Piggy did send the bacon seeds, so that is all good. And then after that, we are going to go, I don't know, where are we going to go? We'll likely go over to Etna real quick to take a look there and see what that is looking like. And Etna was hiding in the clouds for the most part. Lava cookies. Lizoid got the lava cookies. So that's all good. But we are definitely going to have some wonderful bacon seeds. Yep, on that front one. Yeah, I did make that little video up, but since we are looking at it, that is that outflow or overflow from both the back and the front, and there should be a couple more little ones in there. Anyway, on that friendly note, I'm going to go take that break. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And let's see, a friend wants to know if this quake is a precursor to a big quake. Dr. Fox, I don't think that it would be. You've had a bunch of smaller aftershocks. I think it's just something in general that moved a little bit, and it's hard to say though. I'm not going to rule it out because I don't know, and I don't really think it would be. So you know, Mona, I would breathe easy for now, and don't get in any kind of panic or anything like that. The thing is, we would see a lot less activity on the San Andreas Fault if it locked up, and it certainly hasn't locked up because we see lots of small quakes all the way along it. So as far as the big one is, when we see those quakes stop, those little ones, if they stop showing up, then I'd start to get worried. Okay. But as long as we continue to see those little, you know, 0.1s or 1s and 1.2s, 1.5s, even a 2 or 3, it's all good. Things are still moving. But if those disappear, if all of a sudden the map goes dry and you're seeing less and less quakes, then I would start to consider getting ready. So it is about what it is. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break, you guys, and after the break, we'll go take our wonderful look at the bacon seeds. So hang in there and keep smiling. For those people who have not yet hit that like button, please do help us out, and we're trying to get over that 100 mark, of course, and to help with the YouTube analytics. Also, for those people sitting on the outside, if you have not yet subscribed, and you want to join in and chat with the lovely people in the chat box, it only takes 1 minute. Subscribe. Don't forget to hit the bell notification. And a minute later, you can chat with the lovely folks that are in here. And they are a big, happy family. Don't be afraid of the fact that they're all green, or most of them are. They are not contaminated. I tell you that. They are good people. Anyway, I'll be back. And we have masks at the door. No worries. I'll be back, guys. go, that microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you on board. I'm your host at DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And thank you, Mona and Leo and Sue, for the welcome backs, and also Cananaskis country. And yeah, speaking of bunnies, they've been clearing the snow on our streets, and we didn't see the bunnies out and about too much right now. No barbecues. Okay, thanks, Leo. Darn it, I was hoping to have a nice barbecue. Anyway, Jed is asking, and I seen your question earlier, Jed. You were wondering if you've seen and or discussed the 2022 documentary Fire of Love with a volcanologist, Katja and Maurice Kraft. And I have not seen it or heard of it. And I did make a note here, Fire of Love, and we'll see if I can find it later on and maybe take a look at it. And where did you happen to see it, Jed? Just curious, what media was it on? Something like Netflix or someplace, or just curious, or on cable? You can see it on Disney. Oh, okay. So it's a Disney production. That'll be interesting, and I wouldn't mind having a look and see what it looks like, because of course, you know, things like that are of interest to us because that's what we like doing. And anyway, it is a bacon seed time, and we know Piggy's not here, but let's take a look and see what we've got. These are the last ones from yesterday, and of course they were playing there in the mud puddle, yeah, and enjoying themselves. And you can see the little guy on the bottom left there. He was just having some really good time. National Geographic's run on Disney. Oh, okay. Thanks, Jed. So, yeah, you guys, Fire of Love, that would be a good title there, and you might want to go have a look. Anyway, let's see what else Piggy has brought us today. There she is ascending, and she enjoyed in the day in the sunshine outside anyway. So let's take a look and see what she sent first. This guy, after playing in the mud, he went in and got a bath or shower, and is drying off. So that is a pretty cool looking shot. And that is a nice little bacon seed. And he's got a towel wrapped around him and a smile on his face. So he must have enjoyed what he was doing. Piggy working on her laptop. Yeah, she was. She likes that. And the next one is this wonderful little guy. This is what you do after you play a whole bunch. And Dan, 1 a month. Hello everyone, Dan, and welcome. Glad to have you back on board. And see you renewed that membership. That is awesome, and thanks. And good to have you back here. And of course, that is a tuckered out Piggy, and I had to get some sleep after all that mucking around in the mud. So there you go, a shower or bath and then some sleep. What else could you ask for? And that is the way it goes. I know what you can ask for. How about some TV sitting on your couch for a little while afterwards, after you have your nap? That would be pretty awesome. And that gives you something to smile about too. That is pretty nice. And that is a little piggy couch, and that is pretty cool to see. And that is very nice. And next one is this guy, and that is just a little one in, I guess that's kind of a a leather piggy bag or something. I don't know, little bed peeking out, and just awesome to see. Mars 2028 saying, "Hi Dr. Fox, I just dropped by for a bit until it's a time for the Japanese rocket launch in about an hour." Alrighty, no worries, Mars 2028, all good. Yep, and this one is really a tiny little bacon seed, and very, very cute. And let's see our next bacon seed. This is a picture of puppies. Let's see, how many puppies do we have in this picture? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6. Oh, hang on. There's something wrong with this picture. One of these is not a puppy. But he sure looks like he's just piled in with the rest of them. Yeah, one of the pack is a slightly different looking puppy, and we love that, and it is so wonderful and nice to see. You know, it is very, very cool. Wait a minute, something doesn't look right about that picture. You're right. Yeah, there's one laying on top of the other ones. Oh, hang on. No, it's the little porker in the second one on the bottom from the left, and yep, 4 puppies. I think there might be 5 puppies there. I'm not 100% sure how they are working their thing. Could be even 6, but they are enjoying their snooze. So very, very happy, and it's so awesome to see that little pig in between them, and very, very cool. So that is an awesome little picture. Awesome little piggy enjoying. The worry that I have is when that little piggy gets a little older, is he going to bark? If you see a piggy barking, you'll know what happened, okay? He grew up with a bunch of dogs. And our last bacon seed for today, and we will get to it now. And that is actually these three little tiny bacon seeds being on somebody's lap. And look at the smiles on their faces. Gotta love that. Piggy, keeping the piggy warm, as he hasn't any fur. Yep, well, just a part of the pack, Sue, really. And these 3, they are pretty awesome looking, and that is pretty nice to see the little guys. And that's our last bacon seed for today. And again, Piggy, if you are listening, thank you very much for sending these in. They are wonderful fresh bacon seeds, and we really do enjoy watching them and seeing them, and all fun. And oh, I do have a bunny there. That's interesting. One bunny came to eat. I did want to bring up 2 other photos, and Cookster actually sent these in yesterday. And that's not what I wanted to do. Let's get rid of that. I wanted to bring the images up. And remember, yesterday I posted my eyes on Etna photo, and we did get a couple of other shots here, and hopefully I can find them really, really quickly. They may be in the other folder. I think I might have saved them to the other folder. Give me a second. And V special, there we go. Let's double click on that, get in there, and we'll find this. Yeah, so let's find them. Let's find them. They're in here somewhere. I did save them. I just don't know where they went. Oh, okay. And the eyes on Etna picture, of course, that you remember from yesterday. Well, our wonderful Cookster Littlefield changed the photos a little bit, and he enhanced them and put some ears on and stuff like that, and we'll show you that. So did make it look a whole bunch more like a fox. And oh, sorry, I'm sneezing. Hang on. There we go. Hopefully all my ears are plugged. Darn it. Yeah, I was cleaning light fixtures just earlier here, and yeah, that was kind of some dust and stuff in here, and it's been making me sneeze a little bit, and I'm surprised this was the first 3 sneezes since the start of the show, so that's not so bad. Anyway, yeah, he did put the ears on there, and I thought that was kind of cool, the way he pulled that out, and that is pretty neat. For those who didn't see that photo yesterday, I will bring that up, and we'll do that real quick if I can find it. And let's see where I put it, and I do believe I had it in here somewhere. And yeah, these I've got so many photos, so it's difficult to find some of them. Where's my eyes on Etna? Yeah, there it is. Eyes on Etna. That is this is the photo that I created yesterday. So for those who didn't see, the eye on the right hand side was the lava flow the way it was, and I basically copied that over to the left side and flipped it, and that looked pretty awesome. And I thought, you know, it looks like a fox. So that's of course what our good friend Cookster Littlefield did with it. Then he did another one, and we'll see if we can locate that one as well, just to give you a little bit of a chuckle here. And where did that one go? Oh, there it is. I found it. And he did something else with that one, and I was hoping a Piggy would be here today, and he did that. So he turned it into a Piggy. And I thought that was kind of neat, and that was a little bit of fun there with some Photoshop stuff and things like that. So yeah, just a little creative action there for you guys, and that is pretty cool, pretty awesome. And thanks Cookster Littlefield, if you happen to be in here. Sorry I didn't show those yesterday, I missed them in the emails, but that's all good. Turned it into a pig, yep, and that is very, very cool. And we'll leave it as that. There's the other one, and we'll bury that for now and leave that be. Let's get over to our next volcanoes. Oh, hang on, I wanted to take a look at Etna real quick. So let's go over to Etna and have a quick peek at that. Etna was buried in the clouds for the most part, and that's kind of what we were seeing for the duration of the day. Whoop, and the other one here as well, if we go back. And you know, it's unfortunate that these are the scenes that we normally see as of late, because of the inclement weather there. It makes things a little bit difficult, but I did, let's see, get that little clip, and it was no editing or anything. It's just to give you a minute view of what we had going on there. And there you can see that single eyeball that I turned into the double stuff. But Anyway, that is kind of what it was looking like there this morning at 8:49 a.m. in Sicily, and then after that it got quite cloudy again. Seismic activity is still around mid-level, and nothing really super heavy duty going on with Mount Etna, other than a bunch more snow, and of course, well, not that much more snow, but a little bit more snow there, and that is what we're seeing. So we'll leave that be. That is just, like I say, a minute-long clip that I took. Or hang on, it's actually 5 minutes long. But yeah, we don't need to watch all 5 minutes. The clouds rolled in on top of us. But just to give you an idea of what it was looking like. So all good. Yeah, Mona says a scary pig. Yeah, it would be. And that is awesome. Okay, let's leave that one be. This is what it was. We're going to put that back to live. And we will go over and take a quick look at the Azores and see what that looked like. Whoop, there we go. And I will get there in a second. Oh, I forgot to show that other thing. Well, yeah, there's some really nice photos. Let's go back there for a second. Stromboli. I wanted to mention Stromboli, and let's do that now. So Stromboli volcano, Aeolian Island, Italy, lava flow from Scriera del Fuoco. Okay, a field report and images, and that they had some lava flow. They've got some nice images, and I wanted to share those with you guys real quick. And that is a beautiful shot, and that of course is over on volcanoes and volcanodiscovery.com, and that is a pretty awesome shot. I like that. That is really nice looking, and somebody did a nice job with the elongated exposure, and very cool. So that's all good. And let's see, there were some other shots. They weren't quite as pretty as this one, but there's this one. Here's some bacon flow, and of course that is from Stromboli. And we unfortunately don't see the Stromboli cameras right now. They're not up, so that is nice to be able to see a little bit of a report. It says the active part of the lava flow below the summit crater, and that is very nice looking. And there is another shot that they had, and that is kind of from that same area. You can see it going all the way down the hill down to the water area, and that little delta that it's built up there, it really is sunk down again. So we need more lava to make more land here if we want to see a new island or a bigger island. And here's another shot of that, and you can see the little formation down on the bottom from all that lava that has been coming down the hill. And that is a volcano over there, just so you know. And that is pretty good. And it says what? The red illuminated Schiera del Fuoco with lights of Salina. Oh, it's Salina Island in the background. My bad. Well, I think that's over there anyway. That's the other island. Salina Island. So that looks pretty cool and awesome. And let's see, there is just some other lava flows. I'm not sure where that is. It doesn't say it in the description where they actually took that photo, but that was there. And here's another smoking shot, and that is pretty cool. And one more there, just to give you some ideas of what we're looking at. It looks pretty cool, some of that stuff. And back to the original. So that is lovely. I like it, and we'll leave it be for now. And it is a break time, so what we'll do is we'll go over to the Azores after the break. For right now, I'm going to put you back into the wonderful crater there at Kilauea, and that's the Halama. Hang on, what is it? Halamaumau crater, and it's a wonderful 25-acre lava pond from early this morning, Hawaii time. Anyway, that's good for right now. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button and you're enjoying the show, please do give it a quick bop. Also, if you haven't subscribed yet, consider subscribing and becoming one of the family members here in our lava family. And on that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, who's going to sneeze again. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Keep smiling. Thanks. And there we go, microphone is back on, and we're doing our thing. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Cynthia and Scott Hartman and Mona and Sue and Leo. Thank you guys, I appreciate that. And let's get on with our next thing. And Kananaskis Country, thanks. Good to see you came back. And Mars 2028 also says welcome back. Excellent. Let's pop over to our next place that I wanted to go here, of course, and that is over to the Azores. Azores are fairly quiet today. Actually, the weather looked a little on the gloomy side there when I was looking earlier today. But it is what it is, you know, they can't always have sunshine. Anyway, we are on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge, if you want to pronounce it in, not Polish, Portuguese. There we go. And that is one of the little towns or villages there. And of course, these lights are the lights of the harbor. For those who aren't familiar with that, this is what it looks like during the day. It's not today's photo, but it is what it looks like. You can see Pico Island off on the other side, about 18 kilometers away. And of course, Mount Pico, or Pico Volcano, aka Mount Montana. And that is what's over on the other side of the strait. Anyway, these are in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. And we'll leave those be. And the next shot, of course, is our wonderful cove that we look at. And of course, because we are after our midnight hour, the camera has stopped taking photos. I don't know why it does that, but for those who want to see during the day, that's what it looks like on an average day kind of thing, where we see the waves splashing in, and we look to see how much white water there is to give us an idea of how rough the ocean is. So that is what we've got there. And let's put that back and get over to our earthquakes. And we are going to make that screen a little wider and onto the earthquake map. And of course, there are no earthquakes on the island of São Jorge today. We see the last one from yesterday, which was a 1.5, so nothing too serious. And let's, EQ Azores, yeah, there you go. EQ Azores brings up the this particular map, and you guys can always have a look at it. Thanks, Leo, for doing that. And then we have the other map, of course, that shows the rest of the activity. This map is strictly for the island of São Jorge, and since we didn't have any quakes, I did refresh the other one here. And we see that we did have one quake in the Azores, and only one, and that's all over here on Terceira, and it is right near the Terceira volcano, and kind of down on the bottom here. It came in at 18 hours ago. It was a surface quake, 2.0 in magnitude, and the time on it was 7:28 GMT. So that is all we've got, and that is it down here. So, and that's all we've got for the Azores. So let's carry on. We will go to the next place, and what you're looking at right there is not the shot that's supposed to be on there. But while we're here, that is the Messiah volcano, and of course the Messiah volcano has got a very, very deep pit here in the caldera. You don't want to fall into that. You'll never get back out, and there is no easy climb out, and there's nobody there to rescue you. And from up here to down here is about 150 yards, or 450 feet roughly, to get down to that ledge. And they've had climbers climbing down in there and then standing on the edge having a look and so on. But anyway, that was from earlier today at 15:26 in the afternoon. So this is what the current shot looks like. at 1941. And you can see the lava down on the bottom of the caldera, and you don't want to fall in there because that is not a good thing. Anyway, Mars 2028, it's time for me to go watch the launch. Before I go, I want to tell you Popocatépetl, I went berserk this afternoon, and I saw it during my lunch break. Well, we're about to go take a look at Popocatépetl if we can get back there. That stream did go offline, and let's see if we can still see it. No, I don't think so. We may not be able to. Darn it. And let's see if we can refresh that. I go back here and find it real quick. I hate when they do that, and there it is. That is this. And of course we're going to end up with a commercial. And this is the other shot, of course. We'll take a look at it and see if we can see that from this afternoon. And well, I'll go back a little ways. And we did see a good plume coming out of there. And let's see what we got. And I thought I did see that. It was somewhere around 3:30. This, of course, is the other side of the volcano that we don't typically look at. But it did erupt fairly heavy at just around 15 minutes before 11 o'clock their time locally. Let's see if we can, there it is. And we see that plume starting, and we can see some of the dust and stuff and debris there as well. If it would have been at night, it would have been glowing a whole bunch, but we don't see a lot of it. It still came out fairly slow, but that one was fairly large, and it did keep going for a while. And that was something interesting. So normally we see it kind of dying off after it gets the initial plume, but it looked like it kept on going quite a bit here. So that was a reasonable size eruption, and that was a kind of neat to see. And I don't know if you call it this afternoon, but that was this morning from their time anyway, and a lot of stuff coming out and repeatedly kind of pushing and pushing and pushing. So a lot of ash, a lot of material, possibly some lava on the sides here as well. But it is daytime, so very, very difficult to see any hot glowing embers. And there you can see it kind of died out a little bit, but did continue on for a while. I'm just wondering if there was another one. I thought there was one around. It kept going for a while there, but there was one around 3-ish or something. This one was not bad here. We can see it continuing. And let me see if we can see around 3, wherever it was. And there was, yeah, that was this plumage here. There you can see it popping out. And of course, you can see how these clouds are being drawn in because of that heat. It's a very, very neat looking as the heat draws it upward. But let's see. Yeah, that's about where. No, this one is about where it kept going this afternoon. 1:35 is actually what I had written down. So. Yeah, it kept on going and going and going. So, yep, he's right about the issues there, and it was definitely throwing out a lot of eruptive material. And when we take a look at it, then it died out a little. Oh, of course, and now it put me back right to the beginning of the day. That's not what I intended. Sure. Be difficult, YouTube. And why are we not seeing it 1:35 here? Somewhere. Did I miss it or something? Maybe. No, again, you see the clouds drawing in towards the heat, but I don't see it coming out. Why is that not showing? But it was pretty cloudy there, so from this angle, let's see if we can get back. Yeah, this one, they restarted that stream. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see that. Darn it. So always when the good stuff happens, they end up restarting the stream for some reason. And we lose that. I think maybe they're trying to steal the video. Anyway, fair bit of activity there at Popocatépetl, and it is going to continue to do its thing. Let's take a look at Fuego down in Guatemala. Popocatépetl, of course, is about 70 kilometers south of Mexico City, for those who need to know. And Fuego is the other one here, and it too had some bursts, but it had a lot of clouds in between, and that gave us a little bit of an issue being able to see it at all. And let's see if we can see, yeah, there it is. And that was quite a bit of a burst coming out of it. And we see that is a volcano plume, I do believe. And very, very hard to tell because of the extra clouds in there. But right in here, there you can see. And Fuego did do it's a thing. This is at about 17:45 or 5:45 p.m. their time, and it did a fairly decent job at throwing out a lot of ash and so on. And that's right around their sunset. I'm just trying to see if we can spot any of the early ones here today. And it's funny, during the day it seems to go a little on the quiet side, but that's okay. We don't mind. There's a little plume coming out of it right now. And I'm just trying to find it down on the bottom here. Didn't watch it all day because when I peaked, I had clouds, and then I got other things to do on the agenda. I did apply for 2 more jobs today, and actually the first one was actually by mistake. It was supposed to have been the office, but they got bought out, and some other company bought them out. But the fellow that I spoke with there, when we were talking about stuff, he was mentioning, well, like, because I am familiar with automatic door openers, and I was always connect to them and things like that with my access control stuff. So he said, well, we're looking for people too. And I said, well, okay, then hang on to my resume. And so he kind of suggested that I leave my resume with him as well. And so I did. So Friday, their guy is going to be back, and he'll review that real quick and give me a shout. So slightly different industry than my alarm stuff, but still something that is of reasonable pay and fairly decent work. So, very familiar with it. And then, of course, I proceeded to go find the office for the other guys, and I did that as well. And unfortunately, there were no people in the office that could do any kind of interview or anything. But I did manage to speak to the warehouse guy who was there, and he apologized that nobody's there, that kind of thing. But he too kind of said, yeah, they're kind of looking for people, and hopefully that things will continue with that, and maybe I do have a chance at either one of those would be all right as far as employment. So, fingers crossed. We'll see. And the one guy's going to be back on a Friday. The other ones are going to be back on Thursday afternoon, unfortunately, and they're all on some kind of a meeting. So very, very cool and interesting stuff happening, and hopefully we'll get something out of this eventually. And Billy Bob Joe being together, a part of something that feels right. And Billy Bob Joe, you bet. I've been in the hospital recovering from acute respiratory distress due to a July bout with COVID. I'm better now. Under the tornado, I hope you are getting there and getting better. We hate seeing people having bad things happening to them. So hopefully it'll get a little lighter in life for you. Anyway, let's see if we can carry on here and find our other volcanoes. And Merapi is the one we're having a peek at right now. And of course, that is what it looks like right now. Unfortunately, not a very good picture. And they had a lot of cloud pretty much all day long, or all night long, I should say. And we're not going to be able to do much with Merapi. And of course, this is Merapi, not Marapi, two different volcanoes. Good luck, Dr. Fox. You got this. You bet. Thanks, Leo. And yep, fingers crossed. Hopefully, we will get somewhere with that. Next one here, of course, Mount Ruapehu, and our good friend Grenzed had zipped past there, and he emailed this morning again and let me know that he did drive by, and he waved and he gave the time, but unfortunately we weren't on looking at it at that point in time, and he was driving a black car. So, all good. Anyway, unless we go back in the stream and try to see, because when I look at that, I don't see the time on the clock because of the way I have that picture set. Anyway, not seeing a heck of a lot there of Mount Ruapehu in the clouds for the most part, even though they did have a little bit of a broken cloud up here and stuff. It's hiding. So we're not going to worry about it right now. Let's go take a look at Taupur and see what the charts look like for today for Taupur. And we seen yesterday we had some activity as far as the seismic, and it seemed to continue today, maybe slightly less, slightly more, I don't know, looks about the same actually, and a couple of little spikes in there. So definitely something happening, and we'll see what the future brings for it. But I mean, it's not going crazy or anything, it's just a few little spikes down on the bottom here, so that'll be interesting. And a quick look at what it looks like right now. Of course, the Taupo caldera is the entire lake that you see there, and unfortunately we don't have a lot going on there. The clouds you can barely see, but you can see it. Mount Ruapehu in the background, and that is right there. That is Mount Ruapehu. So that is what we've got going on, and not much else there. And it looks like it is just about break time, so we'll take a look and see. Under the volcano says, I'm in California desert. Okay, evening, gorgeous evening sky, crescent moon with a bright star above. Malibu, yeah, we talked about that quake in Malibu already. And a few people that are in the stream here did feel it. So Mona Alfano is one of them. She did feel that quake, and Cynthia also felt that quake, and some of the aftershocks. So yeah, thank you. Under the tornado, we did discuss that earlier, and that was in there prior to you getting here. So We waiting for Grenz to wave to us from his from okay this view. Well, right now we're not waiting for him because he's not here. He's already way down on the south end on some beach. So yeah, no worries that you're late there under the tornado. It's all good. We don't mind you coming in a little later or whatever, but we did talk about that quake, and it definitely had some aftershocks as well. The 4.2 and a 3.6 were definitely the prominent ones in there, and they were felt for quite a bit, quite a distance, and that is kind of odd, but it was. And anyway, we'll leave that be. For right now, let's go. Well, actually, it is a break time. After the break, we'll take a look at our wonderful Semaru. So I gotta try to locate that real quick. There's a Semaru. They had restarted their stream as well, so we don't have as much info on it, but lots of cloud. And for right now, I'm going to put you back over to Hawaii, and I'm going to go take that break, save my voice, and I will be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Keep smiling, you guys. We do have one bunny eating, so that is all good. And oh, I totally forgot about Sue's birthday. Happy birthday, Sue. And I don't have anything set up. Darn it. Sue, I will have to find you a cake. Don't panic. We'll get you a cake and some candles, I promise. And happy birthday, Sue. And I'm not going to ask how old you are. 29. Sue is 29 today, and holding. Anyway, we'll be back after the break. Keep smiling and don't go away. Thanks, guys. I am back. Welcome or welcome back, and glad to have you all on board here. Thank you, Dinkle Storm Chaser, Dutch Weather, Barbara, for gifting that one membership, and congratulations to Cynthia for getting it. And Barbara again with a super chat as well, with a €2 super chat. Thank you very kindly. First super chat of the day and first gifting of the day. Happy people make the world lots more beautiful, and you are absolutely right. Thank you very kindly, and that is awesome. And thank you for the welcome backs from Leo and Sue. And Sue, happy birthday to you. And I know it's short notice, but I found you some candles. I'm not going to sing though. Happy birthday, Sue. And look at that. Is that pretty awesome? Fireworks and everything. And thank you, Sharon Stewart. I hear you too. So happy 29th birthday, Sue. And we'll hope you have many, many more of those 29th birthdays. And that is all awesome. And I did find my sparklers, which was really nice too. Now somebody get the fire 29 plus. That is awesome. Put it this way, for a man to turn around and not know your age and to say you're 29, that always works, and it's the safest thing. So guys out there, if you ever want to do that, you make sure, you know, if the lady looks reasonably good, you tell her she's 29, and that gets you going. Anyway, it keeps you safe. She is under 25. Well, she already told us she's 29 plus. But we'll keep it as that for now. And I hope that worked out there, Sue. And that is pretty cool, pretty awesome, and I hope you have many, many more of those wonderful birthdays. And let's see, Lizoid, it's still a compliment, even for a 25-year-old. You know, Sharon, you might be right. It's safe, put it that way, guys. It's very safe. You won't get hit in the head with a rolling pin, I guarantee you that. There we go. End of the song. So, again, happy birthday, Sue, and like I say, I hope you have many, many more, and that is always awesome. So, thank you, and I do want to say thank you for being here, and thank you for helping out with the stream and sending me those things all the time. You know, I really do appreciate it, and even the audience does appreciate it. So that is very important that you know that, and that you're well liked, and we really do care, and you know, like having you here. And so, Donka Fox, when is your birthday? Well, I had one a while ago. Last year, I had one in August. So it is what it is. Anyway, let's continue with our volcanoes and stuff like that. And again, happy birthday, Sue. And we, like I said, we hope you have many, many more. And that is all cool and awesome. Anyway, there is our lovely Semaru. And Semaru did have a little bit of activity. We'll make that a little bit bigger so you can see it. And let's get back into the nighttime scenes prior to the wonderful clouds that were in our way. And they did have a close-up on the caldera, and there were some little shots in here. I'm just trying to get past the clouds, and there we go. But hang on, what time is that one? That's not the one that I want, but we can leave it there for a second. That did have a little bit of a puff. Under the Tornado throws in a super chat there as well. Thank you very kindly, Under the Tornado. Under the Tornado. And thank you very kindly for the $2 super chat. That is awesome. Happy birthday, Sue and Sharon. All Aquarius. Oh, Sharon, is it? Yeah, we love Sue. She's a good person, and that is awesome. Anyway, that shot, you can see that it did plume up, but that cloud got into the way. I'm just trying to see where we did have a decent shot here earlier. This was a little bit later at just after 4 a.m. I just want to back that up a little bit, and you can see the lava flow. I don't think we were able to see the blast here, but this one wasn't the one with the blast. Oh, I think I found the one with the blast. Let's go right about here, and we'll show you. There was a little bit of a burp coming out of this, and there's a one right there. You see it coming up, and that did throw a little bit of material out. And let's see, there it goes. Fairly slow motion though, from what I've seen, but hey, at least we see a little bit of activity from it. And I do believe there was another one earlier. That was a sizable one. I'm just trying to find where it was. And yeah, this might be a fairly good one here as well. So it did this several times, and this one was at 58 minutes after midnight, and you can see there were some lava bombs and stuff dropping there as well. So pretty awesome to see that. And we see the plumage. Love this site. Sorry I've been away so long. I missed everyone. And Under the Tornado, you're don't need to be sorry. It's you're back now, so enjoy it. That is what we've got to say, and you are more than welcome to be here. I'm trying to find the bigger one. There was a bigger one that we've seen that gave a little bit more of a blast, and this one here I don't think was as big. This was just a few minutes after midnight. I think it was around 2200. There we've seen the lava flowing down the hill, of course, and we know that it kind of sits there for a little while and then carries on. But let's see. I still want to see where the other blast was here. I don't know if we can get back all the way to it. It was a sizable one. This one looked not bad. You can see that. Let's see if we can get right to it. I think we may be out of time here. I may have miscalculated a little bit time-wise. I should have maybe recorded it. Mind you, I was kind of busy this morning when I seen it, and had to go do the delivery of those resumes. So still, this is not bad looking. I mean, we do see not popping out of there, so pretty cool. Let's see if we can go back to this one. Oh, hang on. If yeah, it was 22 something that it really popped. I just want to see if we can find that. And we had quite a bit of lava come out of there. That might be this one. I don't know if it's dead on here or not. There it is. Or is it? Yeah, a little bit of lava bombs again. And that was a 2224, yeah. And that was not bad. Let's see, come on, blast some more. And I don't know, maybe I've got the wrong one. Maybe it was earlier than that. It could have been a 2024. But yeah, there was one here where we've seen a fair amount of the lava flowing and then it popped. I think that could be right around here. Yeah, this here. You see the lava there again. That kind of came out fairly quickly, and of course we know that caldera kind of has it goes down and sits in a little bit of a trough point here, and then it'll flow out on that side. You can see it going over, and that area is getting full, so we're going to see it slide through eventually. We're going to see the future lava go through. Anyway, that does give you a little bit of a bacon there, you know, some fresh bacon from today or yesterday as their time goes. And that is always nice. And I do like being able to see some of those eruptive shots. Let's see if we had the next pop here. That should be coming up very, very shortly. There it is. Okay, that was a little bit bigger. It's like fireworks in the crater. So, pretty nice. Seeing the lava bombs and stuff like that. Pretty awesome stuff. Anyway, yep, looking not too bad. And we did like looking at that. And that was pretty cool to see that. So of course that is CCTV Semeru, and you guys can definitely go there and watch that anytime yourselves. I will give you the link for this particular video here, and you know, if you haven't subscribed over there, you might consider it. They've got quite a few subscribers, and they probably wouldn't mind a few more. 38.3K, so they've got quite a few more than I do, and that is pretty awesome for them. Mind you, you know, that's what you get when you got a permanent volcano on your stream. And looks pretty cool. And let's see, I think that is about it for our wonderful Semeru. Yeah, unless this one here was, yeah, a little bit of lava on that shot as it flowed down the hill. Some more there, more bacon for you. So that is pretty cool. I'm drinking Cabernet and a sip. All right, just to say cheers to Sue for that, and that'll be cool. That'll be cool. All right, you guys, let's see if we can put it on one more volcano here. I did want to see if Madame Roots was up and running with hers. No, she does not have a Taal working, so we're not going to be able to see a Taal volcano today, unfortunately. And we've got that back there, and we'll take a look at Semeru in a minute. I gotta just, actually, what we'll do is we'll save Semeru for after the break, and then we'll go from there. I'll let you have a sneak peek though. You can run down and get some ice cream. The ice cream boat is there. So if you haven't had ice cream, there's the one ice cream boat. The other one just took off, and he's being mean. But we do have one ice cream boat there. Barbara says, I'm still here, but I'm just making sauerkraut stew with fried bacon cubes for tomorrow for less fortunate friends. Oh, that's awesome, and that is awesome, Barbara, and very good and kind of you to take care of your friends. And let's leave that be. I'm going to put you back over here, and we'll see. Oh, they popped that stream ahead. We'll pop that back a bunch so we can see the lovely lava. And that was the early morning hours. So I'll leave it right around here, 6:20, and you can see that little outflow right there as we are watching that. That was earlier today, 6:20 a.m. for our wonderful Kilauea, the Helama'u crater. That I could almost sing that. Helama'u, Helama'u. Never mind. Okay, bad singing. All right, I'm going to go take that break, you guys. No ice cream for me. I'm too full of dinner and cake. Oh, there you go. Well, enjoy the lava. And nice chant, Doc. Thanks, Sharon. Anyway, we'll let that play. I'm going to go take a break. Keep smiling, and we'll get back on here in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. So don't go away. Keep smiling. I'll be back. Thanks, guys. And that microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And I'm looking for something that I just saved, and I can't seem to find it. Darn it. It happens to me all the time. I save things, and they don't show up in the folder where I put them. And oh, I found it. It's my labeling. Thank you very much, Sue, for sending me a slice of your birthday cake. And we want to rotate that slightly so we can see it better. And that is awesome. So thank you, Sue. I appreciate that. That is wonderful. That is lovely looking birthday cake. And thank you. And that is very kind of you. And virtual or not, that'll work. Thank you kindly. And that is a nice looking cake. So looks delicious. Yummy. All right, we'll enjoy that. And that is awesome. Looks so good. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm drooling now. I'm hungry. All right. Let's get back over to our wonderful volcano stuff here. And I must keep track of the volcanoes. Our ice cream boat is still there, you guys. So if you haven't got your ice cream, you can. You do have a few more minutes before it departs. So just remember, down the road and down that other road, hang on, it's hard to see in this light. Very hard to see. And where the heck did the road go? And there it is. And you hang a left down there. Somebody dropped their ice cream cone again. What is going on? Again, we got emergency vehicles, same place. And unfortunately, it's a bought cake and not homemade this year. Oh, that's okay. We see more emergency lights. Who dropped their ice cream? Who dropped the ice cream? All right, something going on. Somebody dropped their ice cream again. Last time this happened, we had the emergency cleanup crew down there and everything again. Cake is cake. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, somebody messed up and dropped that. That is unfortunate, and of course, that is right in there, and we can see those flashing lights there. So okay, Sue didn't drop it this time. All right, fess up. Who went and got ice cream and dropped your ice cream cone? They had to send out hazmat to clean it up again. We see that. And you guys, holy mackerel. It happens. It happens. Somebody's going to fess up. Bob, was it you? Oh, okay, never mind. Let's get rid of that. That is all fun and a little bit of cuteness there. So we'll don't look at me. I only just got here, DJ. But you got here from the ice cream boat. That's where you came from. I got you covered if you drop your ice cream, folks. Oh, okay. No worries. All right. No problem. We'll leave that be. Let's have a look at our volcano from earlier. And let's make it bigger. There we go. And it is puffing away. Today we're seeing a lot of white. Very, very white cloud coming out of it. Very interesting to see that. We know that it burped a little earlier this morning, and we'll see if we can find that shot. That should be right around here somewhere, and you can see a very dark gray material coming off the front. Actually, let's look at that. That's 827. I want to see if we can see that in the close-up. And back that up a little bit. 11. Oh, I need to go back a little more. 3 hours. 8. Oh, there it is. Well, actually, not. That's 8:07. It was pretty active this morning, so let's go up a little bit more. We may not be able to see the actual pluming, which would have been right down here. 8:23, and yeah, that's 8:27 there. Yeah, it's hard to see. There's so much other steam and smoke in the way, and I think the reason that we were getting a steam was because of the fact that it had snowed quite a bit there. And I spoke with my friend E.T. He said that they had from our wonderful, what is it, Kagoshima up north from the western side of Japan. They ended up getting quite a bit of a snowfall. And fortunately, he's over on the eastern side of the island, and just south of Tokyo a little ways, and they didn't receive that much. But Tokyo, in the city, got a bunch of snow, and that was what they had. Let's back this one up a little bit and see if we have seen any other activity. And if you didn't notice, we did have our birds flying there. And that's all cool. And when we go back, I don't see any plumes or anything like that had lava in them. And just backing up a little bit more here, all the way as far as I can go. And I don't see any eruptive material coming out. We do know that it was emitting something here. You can see that on this shot, very dark, in the dark, and that is what we've got. So putting that back on live, and that is kind of where we are at right now with it. And we'll leave that guy be. So we know it is still doing its thing. Sorry, I had to adjust the oxygen. No worries, you're all good. Barbara says, Doc, okay, I just sent you an email and photos of my Dutch sauerkraut stew. Okay, let's have a quick peek at that. Oh, Dutch sauerkraut stew. There's 3 photos. Let's just grab one of those and see. Oh, that's in the mixing bowl. And let's see what that one looks like. That's in the mixing bowl as well. That might work better. All right, let me bring that up really quickly, and then we will. Oh, I need to save that first, and we'll save it there. Bacon seeds. Yep, that'll work. And when we give it an XX and sour. Oh, well, I'll just go like that. All right, and we'll see if we can save it and then bring it up on the screen really quickly, just so we can see it. I'm only going to show the one though, and let's see. There it is, and that is what Barbara's cooking right now, and there we go. So a sauerkraut stew with some bacon in it. Don't tell Piggy. Anyway, that is what we've got. So looks yummy. I'd eat that. I like sauerkraut, and that is all awesome. Under the Tornado says, love to all of you here. I'm going to have to go rest. Just out of the hospital yesterday. I'll be back, I promise. No worries, Under the Tornado. You take it easy, rest your bones, and take care of yourself, please. And yeah, the door is open. You're more than welcome to come back and do your thing, and it's all good. Anyway, thank you, Barbara, for sharing that photo. That is awesome. And I see several other photos there, same thing, but that is all good. And I could dig right in right now. You're really making me hungry. Yeah. Anyway, let's go to our next volcano, and that is over there in that place, and that is a Yellowstone. And Yellowstone isn't doing a heck of a lot right now. Of course, that is what we've got going on, and that is not moving for some reason. Why is it not moving? We should see it live, but oh, it decided not to cooperate. Maybe because I didn't watch enough of it earlier today. Uh-oh, it's being stubborn again. I'm going to have to wait a second or two before I hit that button. And let's see. There it goes. All right, that is now moving. And we'll see if we can line that up a little better. There we go. Yellowstone National Park. Why is that cropped so badly? Oh, they changed the size of the picture. That is weird. Okay, now I understand what they did. I just thought that was strange. Anyway, that is Yellowstone. So for those, it's about 10 kg of food. Wow, that's quite a bit there, Barbara. That'll be awesome, and feed them for a while. So all good, all good. Anyway, that is Yellowstone. That's what we're seeing right now. We don't see anything else, and we'll likely continue to see that till we get a little bit more summerish there, and spring and summer we'll start to see more light and be able to see that in a lot better light with things moving around. Looks okay though. Anyway, let's go have a quick peek at our earthquakes. We kind of had a look earlier here already. I want to change that map. I want to zoom back out. We'll take a look at the Hawaiian earthquakes first. And of course I have it on this map. We don't see too many there today. This is kind of interesting, and let's actually change that over to the satellite view so I can see it better. There we go. So this one, 2.0 from 652, 4.7 kilometers down for that one. We see a bigger one out here, kind of a cluster right in here, 3.0 from 1017, 36.9 kilometers down for that one. This is a 1.9, and the Pahala area, everything is between about 26 and 37 kilometers down, so we won't mention the depths. But you can always take a look in the bottom left-hand corner there and see the depth of the actual volcano or earthquake. I mean, anyway, 1:03 a.m. For that guy, and then the next one here. Just zoom in just a tad. 2.3 on this one from 629 or 639, I should say. 2.7 from 501. And then we've got a 2.4 from 706, then a smaller one, 1.7 from 1:46 a.m., 1.9 from 2:41, and then this guy 2.5, and that is from 1826 yesterday. Then this guy here is a 2.3. And moving over a little bit more, we do see this one, 3.6 out in the water. And that's a little bit bigger. That's likely the biggest one in the area right now. And that was 1:35 a.m., 30.4 kilometers down for him. This one, 2.0 from 629. This next one, 2.0 from 9:06 a.m. Then we got a 2.7 from 37 minutes after midnight. There's 2.2, and that is from yesterday at 14:38. And then this guy here, 1.8 from 9:50 a.m. And this one, 1.9 from 5:04 in the morning. And this one, 1.7 from yesterday, and that is from 23:18. And that is the stuff in the Palma area. We do see one near Kilauea, but nothing right in the caldera this time around. And that's a 1.8 from 3:50 a.m. That is 3.3 kilometers below sea level. So that is all we've got over there. And of course, this straggler over here, 2.0 some from 6:52 a.m. And we already mentioned it's 4.7 kilometers down. So that is it there for Hawaii. Looking at what we see, nothing really major in our Alaskan area. We do have a 3.9 up here from 8:13 a.m. of 40.5 kilometers down for him. And then we slide down here a little bit. And, you know, one of the things I was kind of looking at, remember what I just finished saying earlier here, we want to take a look and see if the quakes along the San Andreas kind of stop. You got to wonder if things are locking up. And I'm looking at this section here. There's not a lot of quakes in here. So you guys might be ready for a little bit of a bigger quake coming up. Once that moves again, it'll start sliding. It's going to zip a little bit. We do have a 1.1 in there from today at 106, and that's 14.5 kilometers down. But I don't know if that would be locked up or not. We do have a couple of quakes on there, but only the one from today. So maybe there is a little bit of a lockup there, and maybe you will see a little bit of a rumble in the future. And hopefully it won't be anything too severe. And there we go. We have a 4.6 off El Salvador, and that's from 22:15 yesterday, 67 kilometers down. This one, a 4.4 off the coast of Peru. Or is that on land, or is that in the water? That's in the water. And that is from 2:11 a.m., 34.1 kilometers down. Going over here, and this is also still in Peru, 4.2 from today, 18:17, 192.5 kilometers down for him. Then this guy here, 4.3, and that is yesterday's at 21:48. And let's see what else we've got happening here. Kermadec Ridge, and 5.0 from 8:09. 37.8 kilometers down. Another one on Kermadec Ridge, another 5.0 from 13:13, 10 kilometers down. And this one here, Fiji area, and they call that 4.5 from 16:14, 514 kilometers down for him. And the 4.4 over here near Fiji, 494.5 kilometers down from 3:45 a.m. Going over, looking at Papua New Guinea area, 4.8 over there at 7:12 a.m., 158.8 kilometers down. And it had a 4.6 buddy from 5:46 at 42.7 kilometers now. Not that deep. We don't see anything else in the lower portions here of Indonesia. We do see this one here, 4.6, and that is on our stack of many quakes. Hopefully it's calmed down a little bit. Anyway, 4.6, 8:51 is the time, 45.5 kilometers down from him. And this one here, Philippines as well, and 4.6 from yesterday, 2035, 35 kilometers down. And going over, let's see, this guy here, Mariana Islands, 4.7, and that was from 15:27. And then we take a look at what else is here. We do see this guy in Russia, Taskimo, Russia, 4.0. Yesterday's from 20:57, 11 kilometers down. And we see two stacked here in China, maybe even 3, 5.5 for that guy today at 12:49, 10 kilometers down. And then we've got another one that's a 4.9 from 16:21 and 10 kilometers down. There might be a third one there. There is a third one there. And that is a 4.4. and that's from 1419, also 10 kilometers down, right in that area. And let's see, we do see this one, 5.3, also in China, Hotan, China, that is. 9:02 is the time on that, 10 kilometers down. And of course, we already discussed the one that Piggy had very close to her place, 5.9, and that is from on the my time, 5:37 a.m. But her time, it would have been 2:37 in the afternoon. And that is our earthquakes for this map. A real quick look at what we've got. Ooh, some new stuff there in the Canary Islands. And we'll take a look really quickly and let it refresh. And this one, 1.3, is the one that's flashing. And that's not very big, but we do see a bunch of stuff. And let's see what we got for the 25th, though. Just seeing 3 of them. So we've got a little guy here, 0.8, 33 kilometers down from 418, and this one here, that is, where is he? He's done and disappeared on me. There he is, 2 kilometers down for that one from 829, and then we've got a 2.0, that's the one that's flashing 11 kilometers down, I do believe. Yep, and that is it for those guys. But let's take a look at La Palma, see what we had there. Nothing today, so that is okay. But we do have a bunch out here, and these are interesting. 2.6 from 23rd, and let's see, this one is from the 24th. Yep, we see this one, 23rd as well. So I'm not going to worry about those. We know they had those out there. And that is it for our earthquakes for around the world. After we come back from the break, we will get into our SO2 map, and then we will start on the weather. So stick around, you guys. I'm going to put you back over to our Kilauea for right now. Please enjoy that. I'm going to back that up just a tad, so we can see a little bit more. I'm just going to let that play from at that point and go with it. And I'm going to take a break, so don't go away. Keep smiling and play nice in the lava, and I will be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. And here comes some music. Thanks. Don't forget to hit the like button, and if you're not subscribed, hit that subscribe button. That would be awesome. I'll be back. there we go. I've got the microphone back on, and we're going to get at things pretty quick here. Beautiful view there of that lovely blue texture on the screen. I like that. Thank you for the welcome backs from JB and Leo and Sue and Cananaska's country. And I'm sure I can hear Sharon Stewart already. I hear you, DrFox2000. Oh, there it is. I see it. That is awesome. And no worries. And that is all good. Anyway, let's go over to our wonderful SO2 map first. And we'll see what we've got for a good breathing air today, and see what we can come up with. And there we are, looking at our SO2 map. I'm not liking this. It says rain, and it is raining right now a little bit. I'm going to have to go out there and take that extra bunny bowl and stick it in underneath the shelter. Otherwise, it's going to get all soggy. But I'll do that after the show. Gallup, plotting Wi-Fi. Okay, the Wi-Fi. Anyway, we see a snow for tomorrow night and onward for all of Friday. Not that great looking, if you ask me. But anyway, looking at our wonderful SO2. We see North America actually not that bad. Up here in northern Canada, fairly good. And looking at what we see here, yeah, looks like the prairie's not bad. We do see Edmonton, the polluter, having some plume come out of it. We see population stuff there in Vancouver, Seattle, and the Portland area, those areas. And going to the eastern side, we see Ontario, and of course this whole circulation area that we've got around the Great Lakes and so on, holding some SO2 there, and that is what we've got. Not bad in most of Quebec and Labrador and Newfoundland. A little bit there in of course, Sue's place. I think it might be those candles on that cake at that, never mind. Oh, I better zip it. Never mind. It's got nothing to do with Sue. All right. Looking at the western United States, we see a lot of blue in there. That is okay, but we see a downward flow. And that is telling us some of that cold air is still blowing down. Down here, though, in Mexico, we do see a Popocatépetl. Yep, Sharon, you caught that, did you? Anyway, Mexico City and, of course, Popocatépetl doing that plume. But it isn't as severe as it was in the last couple of days. That plume is only reaching across the little pond, if you will. And then looking down here, I'm not sure where all of this is coming from, but we do see Colombia is throwing out, so that'll be Nevado del Ruz, and that is off-gassing there a little bit less from the other ones, and that is probably good. And sliding down a little bit more, we see not so bad in Chile. Pretty normal for what we see a little bit from the people population, Buenos Aires and places like that, coming out into the Atlantic Ocean. Not that bad. Looking down in the Antarctic, though, I do want to remind everyone that it is summer down there, so a lot of that snow is melting, and that snow would have captured a lot of SO2 during the winter time there, and of course it's coming out now. Anyway, having a quick look at New Zealand, zooming in a little bit, whoops, and then we see White Isle Volcano continuing to do its thing, and no barbecue at Leo's place, we can tell, and there is also the coking plants are still continuing north of Sydney. Tofua still doing its thing. And of course, Yasur and Aoba here in Vanuatu are working away. We do see pretty normal stuff there in Papua New Guinea, and looks a little heavier there today in Java, and coming out of Semeru, Merapi, and likely a little bit from Krakatau, but the city of Jakarta as well. And not so much coming from our other ones over here. What is it? Currency and Marapi. Ibu and Dakono, not that heavy today. A lot less going on in the Philippines today. So to all probably kind of taking a breather. We see China still has quite a bit of SO2. Same thing with Taiwan. And looking here, looks like we've got a little higher level around our Suwanosi-jima, and same thing, Sakurajima, about the same as yesterday, but a little higher level there. We missed that volcano, by the way, and we'll not worry about it today. It's usually a bad visibility anyway. Tokyo fairly heavy as far as SO2 as well. And because they got snow and it's bitterly cold, I'm sure many places have heat cranked up. And Ibiko, Nalade, doing this little guy here, but doesn't look like there's too much coming from the Kamchatka Peninsula. India fairly heavy, especially over on the eastern side, and that is going into our other place of what the heck is over there? Bangladesh, and they are doing their thing. And going down, looking, it's not so bad there in the South Africa for the gold smelting. Not so bad in DR Congo either. Urta Ale would be that little spot right there, and that's not so bad. And these other guys here, these are from the oil refineries in the area, and that's what we've got going on. And looking at Mount Etna, not that much from Etna. It is continuing to off-gas though, so that's not a surprise. And taking a look at Europe, looks like France and Spain and Portugal are not bad. France has a little bit, but also still some clear stuff. England, not bad. Ireland, not bad. Scotland, those areas. Germany, fairly heavy today. Up here in the Alps, though, or down here in the Alps, if you're in Germany, yeah, it's not bad. And looking pretty clear up in the northern countries like Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Iceland. So not so much in there. Let's get over and refresh our weather map and make sure that we see what's going on there. And we'll take a quick look and see. And looking at the northern areas, we see where that temperature line is. And so Alaska has got some cold, same with the northern portions of Yukon, as well as Northwest Territories, and a lot of cold, and none of it is in the freezer. About a third of the northern part of Saskatchewan not doing so well, and about I'd say almost 2/3 of Manitoba not so good. Northern Ontario definitely a lot colder, and northern portions of Quebec and those places are very cold. Quick peek to see what the temperature is in Edmonton. 3 degrees Celsius right now for us. Looks like a 4 or 5 there in Vancouver. Out in the Rock for Bob, probably about the same as here. And swift current, let's see what swift current is. There it is, showing about 8 degrees below zero on the Celsius scale. And let's see, Winnipeg is a minus 19 Celsius. A little warmer down here where Judy M is, but that is okay. And going over, Toronto coming in at 0. Detroit sitting at -1. Cleveland 0 as well. And those poor people in Buffalo are +1, so hopefully it's not snowing there. Sliding over a little bit further, and we see Halifax at -3, and I hope Sue is staying inside and she can enjoy that. -53 in Moho, China is this morning. Yep, that is a cold. Thank you, Sue, for bringing up your temperature at -4 degrees in Cole Harbor. And there we see what we've got in Newfoundland. It's quite cold. Labrador has got the freezer going. So that is what we've got over there. Looks like the eastern coast, though, of the U.S. are doing really nice. Most of the U.S. is fairly cold for what we see. Portland coming in at about 7 degrees. Seattle is 6 or 7 as well. Sliding down, we see San Jose is up about 13 or 14. Sacramento about the same thing. Looking at -14 C there in our wonderful, let's see, well, Los Angeles, that's what I'm looking for. And we got Death Valley at about 16 degrees Celsius. Looks like even a couple of other warmer spots in there at 17 or 18 or 19. And Phoenix coming in at about 10, and Mexicali is 13. Tucson a little bit colder at 8. Albuquerque, New Mexico, a -3. The icebox continues. And San Antonio only 9. We see that winter is down in the bottom of Texas. 6 degrees in Houston, and we've got about 3 degrees there in Dallas. And looking at about 8 or 9 in New Orleans. They're not getting that warm air pushing up today. It's all going over to these guys here, and these Florida guys. Anyway, 24 degrees right now in Miami, and we're seeing Atlanta at 6. Charlotte is right on the cusp of that line, and they have about, well, depending on where you hold that mouse or hamster, about 8 or 9 or 10. And holy mackerel, look at the difference. Grandma B is, she's out suntanning. She's got 15 degrees Celsius right now. How'd you do that, Grandma B? Share that temperature. And us Florida guys, yeah, yeah, Kate, you guys seem to have a lot nicer weather today. Jacksonville is, 19 degrees. That's not bad, and we do like that. So that is awesome. And all the way up to New York, they're getting pretty warm temperatures. Boston a little bit on the cooler side at 3, so that would be good. And looking at what we see here, that cold still down here on the Baja. Not so good for those guys. Tourist season is wrecked. And Mazatlan, though, on 22 today. Mexico City only 14, and Acapulco is sitting at about 26, 27. And let's see, Cancun right now 24 for the evening, and that is not so bad. And we see Central America, that's okay. And we see here about 28, 29, and portions of Colombia, and about 27, 28 over here in Venezuela and some of those places. And looking at the temperature for the most part in all of Brazil, they're anywhere ranging from about 22 to or 21 to about 25, 26. So not bad for those guys. A little bit warmer in Paraguay. Uruguay, a whole bunch warmer. They are getting some of those temperatures up to the 30-degree mark, which is incredible for this, like this late in the evening already. And very hot temperatures in northern Argentina. We do see they've got some different action happening there, some hot and cold spots there in Argentina as well. Buenos Aires are coming in at about 25, and of course The home of the monkeys is at about 28 degrees Celsius right now, and not that bad in the coastal areas of Uruguay either. Sliding down a bit, we see that cold line is cut off a little bit early. We see the coastal areas a little warmer, but the interior towards the mountains getting a lot colder. Sliding over to New Zealand a little bit, and Grenzed is down here somewhere, enjoying 25, 26 to 27 degrees. And a little cooler on the west coast, and we see about 25 or 26 in Christchurch right now. And let's see, we've got Wellington coming in about 21, 22. Taupo about 21. Yep, I would agree with that. Thanks, Leo. And we see going up, Auckland is about 22 as well. And Grenzed's other home up here at 22 degrees roughly. And looking at, not so warm there today in Tasmania, 17 in Hobart. Northern portion is what's holding the temperatures at 21 or 22. Melbourne coming in at about 20 degrees, 22 according to Leo, and that is all right. And looking at Adelaide, they got about 22, 23. Sydney coming in at 31 today. Oh, roasting. And we see Brisbane, holy mackerel, that is 35 degrees there in Brisbane. Hot as all get out. And we see the interior here, 43. Let's see, is there any 44s in there? No, looks like about 43 is the high temp for what we see on the planet right now. That is in Australia. And that is very warm temperatures for those good people. Hopefully it'll cool off and let things rain a little bit there. 29 in Perth right now, so that's what we've got. And as I always say, hey, what's the temperature in Fiji? I bet you it's a little warmer today. I bet you we're at 29. Fiji usually is 28 or 29. Oh, it's 30 in Fiji today. It's a hot day. It's 30. And that is incredible. And that means we got 27, 28 in New Caledonia. And we got, we got our standard 28, 29 there in Vanuatu. And let's see, and what we got here, 30, 31, 32, pretty normal for this portion of Indonesia and Papua New Guinea. Nothing unusual there. Looks a little warmer out on Java today. It's coming in around 30 in some places. About 25 is the lowest. Oh, 24, 23. That must be higher elevations. And Sumatra a little bit cooler, but still relatively good temperatures. And we see a lot of warmer stuff on the islands here as well. Bangkok, thank you, Sue, coming in at about 27. We see 26, 25 there, or it depends where you hold the mouse, but it looks like they've warmed up a little bit. That cold air looks like it's being pushed back to the north. And Manila coming in at about 30, 31 as well in the Philippines there. And again, very, very cold in our bottom end of Japan. A little warmer than yesterday though, since this is not going to snow on them. Kagoshima is about 8 degrees right now. That's not so bad. Tokyo, not snowing anymore because it's 5 Celsius, but they are still getting that winter blast coming across the Sea of Japan. And of course, Sapporo is going to suffer at -8, -9 up top here. Then we see this low, a lot warmer, and we take a look and see what's happening at the Kamchatka Peninsula. That looks like snow weather to me. And let's go over and take a look. And here's the other one that I always kind of talk about. Sri Lanka, what's the temperature there? Sri Lanka. That's that little island there. And I am sure that somebody's going to come along and say 24 degrees. And I'm going to say 24. Sharon, you're close, but it's 23, 24, 25 at the most. Sue says 25. There you go. Depending on where you point the mouse, anywhere from 23 to 25 degrees. It's pretty cool, pretty warm, pretty normal. A little warmer in Delhi? No, not by much. We do see that cold is still holding in there, and Delhi only about 13, 14 right now. Over here in Jakarta is a little bit warmer at 21. And here's that silly storm still sitting there, you guys. How long has this thing been dumping water on these poor people? That, Shaniso is still there twirling away. That is incredible. And let's see what we've got there. Only about 16, 17 in Cape Town today, a little on the cooler side. Bottom end of Africa, not that bad looking. Central Africa, a little bit warmer in some spots now, which is starting to look better. We do see that Sahara is starting to warm up a little, and that is likely good for them. Cairo is still coming in at about 9 or 10 degrees Celsius. Not so good for them. And we see here still pretty normal in the eastern portions of our wonderful Turkey. And let's take a look and see what we've got for temperature for Piggy right now. And I'm going to say about 15 degrees. And let's see who is going to bring it up first. And all right, 14 degrees there for Piggy. And that's not bad for a nighttime. That's actually a very nice temperature. Next one on the list, of course, is going over here to Sicily, and of course our wonderful Yvonne. That's her new home when it comes around. It says -1 on the screen. I don't know. Thanks, Sue. It says 2 degrees there. That's all good. And we are good with that. Looking up a little bit more, Naples are coming in at about 10. That's a little warmer than the other day. Rome still at 4, and Milano at 1. That's a little cooler than yesterday. Looks like possibly about the same temperatures as before yesterday there in Portugal. And still Aurelio still freezing at 0 degrees. And we see it's amazing. Spain is colder than France. I just kind of blows me away a little bit. 1 degree there in Paris, but they do have some warmer temps out here on these peninsulas. Sliding over a bit more, looking at what we've got. There is Munich at -1, Frankfurt at -2, Cologne -2. Yvonne's house is about 0. Berlin 0, and what do we got? Hamburg as 0 as or -1. Copenhagen, Thor's home, or somewhere up there, and we've got 2 degrees Celsius there for that area. Looking at Oslo, coming in at 1, Stockholm 3, a little bit warmer. St. Petersburg is 2, Moscow -3. And going over to London, they're a little bit warmer than they were yesterday, 3 or 4 degrees. Actually, it looks a lot warmer there for those good people. And that includes in Wales and those places. And our wonderful Irish monk is enjoying about 4 degrees Celsius right now out there in Doolin, and Dublin about 3. And then we get up into Glasgow, about 3 there. Aberdeen a little warmer at 5 with the warm flow, and that is what we've got. And let's take a look and see what we have. We got that warm air blowing through here, so 5 degrees according to this for Reykjavik, and that would be pretty close. Oh, it says 7 for them. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad thing. somewhere in there, probably about 6. If you're going to go see Ragnar, you better dress warm. It's going to be windy, but about 5 or 6 or 7 thereabouts as well. I'm going to take a little break, you guys. My throat needs to do that. I'm not going to take too long, but we'll take a look at the precipitation and our coldest temperature hunt, if you want to call it that. And we'll see. And look, we got ice rain happening in Alberta. We'll see what we can do when I come back. Don't go away. I'm going to throw you back into Kilauea. No, I'm not going to throw you in there. I'm just going to go over there. Let's back that up a little bit, though, because that doesn't look very good. I'm going to let you watch that blue lava again. Or the blue scene. Anyway, I'm going to be back in a couple of minutes here, so don't go away. Keep smiling, and I will be back. And quick break this time, so I will likely not play too much other stuff. Just a couple of songs here. For those who have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. And on that friendly note, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. Okay, and I did say I was going to be back after 2 songs here, and that is exactly what I'm doing. So, let us get going at the wonderful weather portion of which is our precipitation. That's what we're going to have a look at, and then we will get into the hunt for the cold stuff. Anyway, getting over to that map. There we go, North America. Actually, we'll zoom out first so you can see what's going on there in general. And we do see a ridge line out here, a little stormy, but that's not so bad. And we see Alaska getting a lot of snow. And then the coast of British Columbia and the Alaskan Panhandle getting a lot of more rain and snow mix. Looks like our Queen Charlotte Islands are definitely getting more of that wonderful water that they get in their rainforest all the time. And we see some ice rain here in the interior of British Columbia, as well as a lot of ice rain here in Alberta. That is pretty nasty. And the Northwest Territories, of course, they are getting snow. Same with some of Yukon. Don't see too much in none of it, but we see some around Winnipeg. They're getting some snow. And looking at the mess around the Great Lakes, and that hasn't reached Sioux yet, but it is in Ontario and Quebec, and all the way from I guess down here from all the way from the Yucatan Peninsula all the way up through New York and into the portions of Ontario. So a lot of snow and rain for those people. New York probably getting a lot of rain there as well. Some ice rain there in what state would that be? I think that'd be a part of New York. No, that is Pennsylvania, and actually New York as well, getting a little bit of that out in the northern portions here. So snow, lots of stuff. Looks like they're getting nailed no matter what. And let's zoom back out a little bit, looking at the western United States, and they are looking a lot drier. And we don't see very much, tiny little spots here and there, Colorado and New Mexico and those places. Looks like here in Utah a little bit as well, and then some tiny places there in Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota. So the main rainfall, though, that's that warm streak. Remember what we seen, and that warm air? Well, it come along with a bunch of rain. And we're seeing a little bit here in Mexico and Guatemala, those places. And that's not that bad. Central down here in Costa Rica and Panama, more rain. And not so much rain in Venezuela and those places, but we do see the rainforest is getting more rain all the way through Peru and down into the northern portions of Chile. Looks like Paraguay, not too much rain in there. It looks like not so much rain there in Uruguay either. And some storm down here on the bottom of Argentina, but that's not that bad. Most of it is confined to Chile and sliding over to New Zealand. And yep, as we've seen those warm temperatures on the eastern side, the western side is getting thunderstorms, and that is what we've got going on there. And then looking here a little bit on the North Island, the southern end of the North Island, that's not bad. Looks like we got a nasty storm brewing out here, though. Hopefully not too bad. Tasmania, no rain. Leo's got no rain. There's a little bit of rain there to the northeast of Leo, but nothing serious. And along the eastern side, not too much. It is very, very hot there. And of course, then we see out here north of Perth, and a little bit of rain happening there as well. Hey, Grenzed is here. Have had a long show. Okay, you've had a long show. I didn't know whether you saw me wave as I drove past. No, Grenzed, you should have emailed right when just before you drove past, or stood in front of that camera or something. But we missed you. We missed you. Unfortunately, it would have been nice. You got to email right when you're there, and that way we'll be able to turn it on and look. But no worries. So really do appreciate that, and hopefully that was kind of nice that you were through there anyway. That is pretty cool. Let's take a look though at the other stuff. Fiji, not bad out there. Papua New Guinea and Indonesia. What I did, that was the email you replied to. Oh, okay, and that is when you were there. Well, yeah, we didn't know what kind of car you had or anything like that, and I didn't see anyone waving as you drove by, so hard to tell. But maybe on your way back, we'll have to try to do that a little bit more and see if you can actually get into the stream and say, hey, I'm going by now. That would be easier rather than, yep, the black car. We got that afterwards. Yes. It's all good though, my friend. And yeah, when you're coming back, I don't know if you're coming back already or if... yeah, the black car. There was only a dozen black cars that went by, so we had a blue car keep going in and out of the parking lot, but didn't know it was you, or didn't know your black car. But anyway, we'll be looking for it in the future. And if when you're coming back, that's the question. If you're coming back, let us know exactly when you're going through. We'll try to film it and or record it, and we'll see. Anyway, didn't have enough mobile data to run your stream. Oh, run YouTube. Ah, okay, I see. No worries, no worries. That happens. Anyway, no idea when I'm going north again. All right, well, yeah, let us know maybe ahead of time, and hopefully we'll be able to see when things are happening. Anyway, looking at our Indonesian area, Philippines, and those areas, they are getting bombarded with rain. And as we were saying, some more snow in Japan there on the western side of Japan. Up in the north, of course, they get a lot of snow. We expect that. And then looking up here, Kamchatka, just what I figured, they are getting snow and rain mix right now. And looking here, we already mentioned this about that. A silly storm is continuing to go there. And those people there, they must have like duck feet by now. And it's been sitting there for how long now? It started out here and it moved down here, and that's like almost 2 weeks that it's been in that location. That is just crazy. South Africa, not bad. We see there's a little bit of rain there in the rainforesty areas. Of course, they get a lot of rain. Looks like the Sahara is dry. And I'm surprised we're still seeing rain here in Saudi Arabia and the UAE. These guys are not used to this. This is incredible, and that is a lot of moisture for them. Nothing in Turkey, and we do see this mess here along the coast of Greece and going up into Albania. And we see our wonderful Italy is getting hit again. We see this downward burst here, and Sardinia getting rained upon. Snow in some areas of Spain and up in the north especially, and then we see this along the coastal areas from France, Belgium and Holland are all getting it, and that goes right through Denmark and ends up way up top here in portions of Sweden and Finland, and over here in St. Petersburg getting a lot, and of course the Norwegian coastline. What to expect there? Snow, 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 and some more snow. And we see that a warm temperature trough continuing to push up here on Iceland, and that is what we got out there though near Greenland. They are definitely getting some ice rain there, so not too bad for Iceland though. They've got a little bit of ice rain, and hopefully that'll be okay. So yeah, the big weather system is in the eastern side of the states, and the bottom end here of Ontario and Quebec and those places. And then of course we've got rain happening here. Actually, I checked, the rain did stop. I've got one of the bunnies right now is actually sitting in the shelter, sitting in the original shelter and staying dry, which is really nice. I think that bunny is Curly, and he's doing okay. He was eating earlier, which is really good. Anyway, let's get at the game, and the game is find the coldest temperatures on the planet, and we will find it. I already found minus 43 degrees Celsius down here in the cold land of Antarctica, which is actually pretty balmy for them. So let's see, do we have a 44 below? And we'll see, and minus 43, 42, oh no, 43 looks like the coldest temp I can see there. Oh, I see a minus 44 in Antarctica, and let's see if we can find anything colder. A minus 44, and do we hear minus 45? I'm looking for minus 45. No. Minus 44. Oh, and there's a minus 44 again. Let's zoom in here. See if we can find anything just a little bit colder than a minus 44 Celsius. I'm gonna have to live with that, I think. I don't see anything colder. Minus 43, 44. Yeah, there's a whole stretch in here, minus 44. I don't see anything colder, minus 44. Minus 44 going up. Still a minus 44. Now it's dropping to minus 43. Well, minus 44 there. Minus 44 here. And then back to a minus 43. Well, I think a minus 44 is what I'm going to have to go with. I don't see anything colder in that area at all. Let's see, what about up here? No, pretty balmy. Warm. Warm, warm, warm. Well, I don't call it warm, but it's, I think that is about it. What have we got down here? Anything colder? No. I think that is all I can do, is a minus 44 degrees Celsius there in the Antarctic region. So let's go to Greenland and see what we have there. And Greenland will be a minus, well, we already found a minus 42. Let's see if we can find something colder. Minus 42 and minus, wow, that's warm there today. They actually are starting to get some light up there, so that's a part of the problem. It's starting to warm up for them. And yeah, a minus 42. Let's see, do we see a minus 43? No, I think a minus of, oh, hang on, there's a minus of 43 right there. So that is a good. So a minus of 43. Do we see a minus of 44? Minus of 43 is something that we found there. Let's see if we can zoom in a little bit more and find minus of 44. No, I don't think so. I think a minus of 43 is the best I can do in Greenland. And yeah, a minus of 43. Okay, well, I'll live with a minus of 43. Let's go to the Canadian Arctic and see what our polar bears are up to. And there we have some cold patches. We should be able to find something cold. We already see a minus of 43 right there. What about our cold area here? That has warmed up. Minus 40. No, we see minus 41, 42, 43. Let's see if we can find something colder here. Minus 41, 42, 40, 43, 44. Okay, minus 44. And I don't know if I'm going to find anything colder there. Let's go over onto the other side and see if we can find colder stuff. Maybe further up north. I did see a minus 43 over here. That might be an indicator. There's minus 47, minus 48. So that is right in there. Minus 48. And do we have anything colder? Then a minus 48. What about along that river? 44. No, looks like a little warmer there. 45, 46, 48 in between. Right in here. How about a 49? Nope, I'm not seeing it. Minus 48. So I think a minus 48 is our low so far. Not seeing anything colder in that region. What about up here? I think I already checked. It was warmer. And these areas here look like they're in the minus 30s and not that cold. Let's see, nothing there. Way up north. What about here? No secret spots. What about over here? Minus 30 something. Minus 38. Nope, that ain't gonna work. Let's see. Find a cold place. Minus 44s of what we gotta beat right now. And I don't think I'm gonna beat that by any means. Whoop. No, go away. Why is that clicking there? All right. No, I think minus a 48 is what we've got, and that is all I can do. Minus a 48 for our Arctic, and that is what I've got, and I don't know. Not seeing the colder temps there today. What about Siberia? Let's see what we've got in Siberia. We can find something here. I'm sure we can find minus 690. No, minus 51 so far. So that is interesting. What about down here? A little bit warmer. 48. No, no, no. And we see minus 51 right there. And 49, 50. All right, 49 again, 50, 51. Minus 51 so far. Gotta find it. There's gotta be some colder places. 51 there. And I seen a 52, a minus a 52 so far. 47, 48 there. Okay, 49. What about that region? Minus 52 is so far what I've got. Well, I'll take a look and see if we can find some colder spots. Minus 50, there's a minus 50. Along that river, minus 51. Well, looks like it's getting pink, which is tropical. Minus 49 there. Minus 52 so far for Siberia. Minus 51 right there. Minus 52. And let's zoom in a little. See if we can find a 53 maybe. No. I don't know. Oh, there's a minus 53. Okay. That region, minus 54. Well, getting there. Let's see if we can find that magic minus 60. Minus 51. No, minus 54 so far. Going up the river here a little bit. Looking. And minus 48, 47, 49. Minus 54. Hey, why are you handing out? Oh, you're handing out the birthday stuff. Ha. So unfair. Oh. I think I'm going to have to live with a minus 52 for Siberia. I'm not done yet, but I think that is what we're going, or sorry, what was it? Minus 54 is what we've seen there. Yeah. Oh, a minus 52. Minus 52. Anything colder? Minus 51. Minus 44. Starting to warm up there. Getting near the coast. That's not working for me. No, too warm. And there's a minus 50, 52. No, I think I'm going to have to live with that 54, minus 54 Celsius that I found. All right, I'm going to call it a minus 54. Judy found a minus 56. How'd you do that? Where'd you find it? And I found a minus 54. So I'm going to give up. Minus 54 for me for today. So 44 for down under there. Yep, minus 43, and Canadian polar bears are at minus 48 and minus 54. Yep, that's all I've got. What does Sue have? And Sue found a minus 56 in Siberia. Sue says, Dr. Fox, a coldest temp I found in Antarctica minus 46, Greenland a minus 43. So I found the same in a minus 43. That's all right. That is okay. But you whipped me in Antarctica, and found a minus 56 in Siberia. So you beat me by 2 degrees there. Well, geez, Sue, that is just horrible. Almost a clean sweep. Yep, buried me big time. And yep, the big trophy goes to Sue. Happy birthday, Sue. And that is awesome. Yeah, well, she still did it. She outdid me, and no matter what, that's all good. And yep, the coldest temp I found, and yeah, that is almost minus 54, and that's okay. Oh, from Sue, yeah, I got it. No worries, she found that. That's all good, you guys, and happy birthday, Sue, and glad you are enjoying the rest of your birthday, and we'll let you definitely have that. I'm going to see if Hawaii has cleared up a little bit with that smoke yet, and it has, and there we go. That is a live scene from Hawaii, and it has cleared up a little bit smoke-wise. And we'll leave it as that. We'll let the birthday girl have it, because she is having her birthday. And congratulations, Sue. And happy hunting. But you're still going to have to take that airplane and do your drops, because I can't fly today. Good night, Kananaskis country. Take care. And thanks for another great show from Russell. Thanks, Russell, for being here. And that is awesome. And I want to thank everyone for being here today. And really, I do appreciate each and every one of you. And that is wonderful. A good part of the Lava family. If you didn't hit that like button, hit it on the way out the door, please, if you can remember. And a big thank you to Dinkle Storm Chaser for gifting that 1 membership, and for that nice €2 super chat. And also a thank you Under the Tornado for that $2 super chat as well. Thank you very much, you guys. That is awesome. Appreciate that. A big thank you to all of you for being here today. And that is always wonderful. It is Wednesday, so we will continue on. Mona Alfano says, thanks, Dr. Fox. Good night, all. Good night, Mona. Take care, and be kind and be good. And please, yeah, actually, let me say thank you to the moderators. Arizona Snowman, Piggy, C&D Boy, Joseph Fields, and Lucas Snow, and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies. Thanks, moderators, and appreciate all of you. On that friendly note, it's time to wrap up the stream. So again, thank you, everyone. Be good, be kind, take care of yourselves. Have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or a night, depending on where you are around the world. and we can appreciate all of you. And on that friendly note, please make sure that you guys tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Take care and good night, and we'll see everyone tomorrow. Oink, oink.